All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning and welcome. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-04, Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you. First of all, I kindly ask you to say who's present today for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. For the SPO, Line Pedersen, Federica Genovesi, Filippo De Minicis, and Gaia Pergolo.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Simon Laws, counsel for the victims in this case, together with my co-counsel, Maria Radziowska.
Thank you, counsel. And now the defense, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. I'm Mr. Jean-Louis Gélissen. We are here with Mr. Peter Shala by video link, as usual. We are here with our two co-counsel, Mr. Edi Awini and Ms. Leto Carriolo. We have two evidence review assistants, Juliette Healy, Judith Kolb, and an intern, Livia Vialou. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shala, can you confirm that you hear me well?
Good morning, I can hear you very well.
Very well, thank you. Today we will hear the testimony of the fourth defense witness, that is witness 4754, Mr. Mark Shala. And before we proceed with the witness testimony, we will address some pending procedural matters. And after the conclusion of the testimony of the witness of today and tomorrow, we will see the panel will rule on two additional issues. First, the panel will put on record a ruling which was issued via email on Wednesday last week, the 18th of October, at 12:54 regarding the SPO's request for an extension of time to respond to the defense first request for admission of non-oral evidence with a confidential annex. And this is filing 688, dated the 13th of October 2023. We received the SPO's request via email on also on Wednesday, the 18th of October at 31 minutes after 8. More specifically, having found that the request was made sufficiently in advance to enable the panel to rule on the request before the expiry of the time limit, the SPO has shown good cause, seeing that it's facing competing deadlines and obligations to, at the present stage. The requested time is minimal and will not delay the proceedings, and the defense and victims' counsel did not oppose. The panel, pursuant to Rule 9, Paragraph 5a and Rule 76 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, granted the request and ordered the SPO to file its response by Friday, 27th of October 2023. This was, of course, already known to parties and participants, but this is our way to make it public without having an additional filing. This concludes the panel's oral ruling. Second, yes, the panel would like to come back to a point raised by the defense in the last evidentiary block during the cross-examination of the witness. This is witness 6, and so it's not the last. And evidentiary block, anyway, transcript of the hearing the 21st of September 2023. It's page 2677, line 15, till page 2678, line 8. And the panel directs the SPO in the future to disclose any evidential material originating from other proceedings currently before the SPO in advance before it poses the questions to the witness. And that allows the panel and the defense and victims' counsel to prepare also for those questions. Yeah. Thank you. This concludes our direction. And third, and that is also my last ruling, the panel will issue an oral ruling regarding the defense request during the questioning of witness 4754, a new disclosed item. I give you the number. This is DPS 01571, which is a photograph. The request was made via email on Monday, the 16th of October 2023 at 5:06. The item was disclosed on the same day, which is disclosure package 171, and it was added to the presentation queue for this witness. Following the SPO's objection, email dated 18th of October 2023 at 36 minutes past 8 to the use of this item, the defense replied, which was an email from the 18th of October at 39 minutes past 3, with the suggestion to use two alternatively newly disclosed items, and these have the following number: DPS 01586 and DPS 01587, both being photographs which were disclosed on the same day, and this is disclosure package 172. Having taken note of both the SPO objection and the defense reply, the panel hereby authorizes defense to use one of the two newly disclosed items, namely DPS 01587, during the questioning of witness 4754. This concludes the panel's oral ruling. And now we can proceed with the testimony of the witness, and I see the defense counsel standing. You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Just to correct the transcript on page 3, line 3, on the deadline for the SPO, I believe it is Friday 27th of October 2023, not 7th. Just to correct it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Maybe I said something different, but for sure it was the 27th. It's just an addition of 2 days. Very well. Mr. Mark Shala will testify without in-court protective measures. We will sit for our regular 1.5 hours with the normal breaks. And court clerk, could you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Witness, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers.
Good morning and hello to everyone who is present here today.
Can you confirm me that you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you well.
The translation and
Yes. Yes, I can hear it well.
Mr. Witness, how are you today?
I'm well. I'm very well.
We'll start with your testimony. And before we begin with the questions for you, I have several remarks. Mr. Witness, you are called before the specialist chambers to testify in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office versus Mr. Peter Shala to assist the panel to reach a verdict. Yeah. Firstly, you will take your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And after that, you will be asked questions by first the counsel for the defense of Mr. Peter Shala, then on the other side by the counsels with the robes in purple, the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, and then next to them by the Victims' Counsel. And in the end, also the panel can ask you questions. Yes? Before you take your solemn declaration to tell the truth, I will give you some guidance and some practical remarks for answering your questions. So please listen carefully. Mr. Witness, if you don't understand a question, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. Yes? We want you to tell the truth. I see you nodding. And we want you to tell us what you saw, what you experienced, what you heard, what you sensed. Yeah? And if you did not see or hear it yourself, but you found out in some other way, please tell us how you came to know it. You may not remember all the details of the event, and that is fine. Please testify on what you know. Do not guess, and do not make things up. There's nothing wrong in saying, I don't know, I don't remember. Please only answer the questions put to you. If we need more clarification, some further questions will be asked. And I also remind you that you have the right to object to provide your testimony on issues that might tend to incriminate you, pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 1 of the rules. Mr. Witness, have you understood all this?
Yes, I have.
I have also some practical advice for you, and please take note of the following. Everything that is said here is translated and recorded, so it is important that you speak into the two microphones in front of you, that you speak clearly, and that you speak at a slow pace, and that will enable the interpreters to interpret everything for everybody present and outside. Please, you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. So we don't want overlapping speakers, because that makes our communication in this courtroom impossible. So please wait 5 seconds after the question has finished. And sometimes I give the advice to count in your head, but do as you deem fit, but wait before answering, because that allows the interpreters to finalize the interpretation and to start with the interpretation of what you are saying. If I raise my hand like this, please stop talking. And the idea is that I don't speak when you are speaking, so that's the reason that I raise my hand. Sometimes we might ask you to leave the courtroom to be able to discuss something regarding the content of the questions put to you. And if you have any questions, if you need a break, or there's something else you would like to raise with the panel, please raise your hand, and in that way I will know that you want to take the floor. And lastly, another practical advice, you may be asked to make markings on digital documents shown to you. You will be provided with an electronic pencil, and then you can make markings. Okay? Is all this also clear for you, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to make your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you, Mr. Shala, that it is an offense, yeah, to give false testimony within the jurisdiction of this specialist chambers, to give false testimony in this court. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Madam Court Usher has already given you the solemn declaration. Please proceed.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Mr. Witness, you are now under oath to tell the truth. We can begin with your testimony, starting with the questioning by the Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have 3 hours for your questioning of this witness, and please inform the panel of any changes for reasons of planning. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
As briefly mentioned by the presiding judge, I am Mr. Awini, one of the counsels representing Peter Shala in these proceedings, and I will be asking you a few questions during the course of today. Okay? So, Mr. Witness, can we start by, could you please state your name and surname for the transcript, please?
Yes. My name is Mark Shala.
Mr. Mark Shala, do you have any nickname?
No. Just my name.
Can you please state to us your date and place of birth?
I was born on the 26th of March, 1961, in the village of Gurakots in Istog municipality.
That is in Kosovo, correct?
In Kosovo, yes.
Thank you. Where do you currently reside, Mr. Witness?
Sometimes I also live in Kosovo, but mostly recently in Croatia.
What is your citizenship, or what are your citizenships, if you have multiple ones, please?
Yes, I have 2 citizenships. The citizenship of the country I was born in Kosovo, as well as Croatia.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, what is your current occupation today?
For the moment, I'm retired, and I've been retired as of 2015.
What was your former occupation?
In the past, up until my retirement, I worked at the Ministry of the Security Forces in Kosovo.
Did you have any occupation before that?
Before the SK, I was a member of the Defense Forces of Kosovo. So that was at the end of 1999, up until the transformation of the Kosovo Protection Force, Corps.
counsel, could we specify what the function of the witness was at the Ministry of the Security Forces? Because it could be everything.
Yes, Your Honor. I was proposing to go from the beginning, but we can do it. You mentioned that you had a role in the security forces in Kosovo. Could you specify which role? We believe this was your last occupation, I believe, until 2015. What was your role or title?
Poi conclude di sua funzione.
Yes, I had several positions. I was part of the security department for a while, and then I moved to the cabinet of the minister. I was an advisor, political advisor to the minister of the security forces.
Mr. Witness, can you tell us what qualifications you have, or what educations or studies you have achieved and completed before you started your professional work?
Po unë sa I përket shkollimit,
In terms of my education, primary and high school was where I was born, but after high school, I enrolled at the military academy of the former Yugoslavia military academy. So I enrolled in Belgrade, and the first 2 years I completed in Belgrade, whereas the specialization in the last 2 years I completed in Sarajevo, Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Thank you. So, could you please briefly specify to us, after graduating from the military academy, where did you serve, from which time to which time, and in which place or country? Please, slowly but briefly.
pas kryerjes së akademisë.
Having completed the military academy, I was assigned to Croatia in a place called Gospić. And that's where I started my military career as a career officer.
Can you put a time frame for that, please, so we can follow the timeline?
Po, prej vitit
Yes. That would be from the 8th month, so that's July 1985, August 1985, to August 1991. I worked in the former Yugoslav National Army in Gospić.
What was your role or title at that time during that period?
fillimisht kom qenë
To start off with, I was a captain, a company commander for about 2 to 3 months. I then worked in the logistics department with the Gospić group, garrison, up until the end of my career.
So we reached 1991 in Gospić. After that, you told us you were in Sarajevo, I believe. Can you tell us what position you had and where from 1991 onwards, if you may?
deri në vitin 1990.
No, up until 1991, I was a member of the former Yugoslav army, but at that time in Croatia, there was the commencement of fighting. Croatia was attacked by the Yugoslav and Serbian army. And it was then that I abandoned the Yugoslav army. And that's when I moved to the Croatian army.
Thank you for clarifying that. So when in time did you join the Croatian army, and what was your position at that time?
Fillimisht,
To start off with, because I abandoned the Yugoslav army, that was around the end of August 1991, for a while I went to take my family, which was in Kosovo at the time, my wife and my 2 daughters. So I moved them because their lives were also at risk as well as mine. Because I didn't willingly leave the army, the Yugoslav army, but I was wanted by the state bodies. So, with my family through Skopje, I accompanied them to Switzerland.
Thank you. Can you walk us briefly through how then you joined the Croatian army and where?
pasi që I kom strehu
After having found shelter for my family in Switzerland, and I knew they were in safe hands, I then got in touch with some former officers in the past, and we decided that I should go to the Croatian army. And it was about 3 months later that I returned and joined the Croatian army. And this was sometime at the beginning of 1992.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. For how long did you serve on the Croatian army? From 1992 until when, if you remember?
nga viti 1900
So that was from 1992 up until 1999.
What was your role and function in the Croatian army?
kom kry detyra të
I held various positions. For a while, I was operational, and then after a while, I also moved back to my specialty according to the academy, and I moved to the logistics department and worked in that department.
Thank you. So when you mentioned specialty, that is logistics, correct?
po.
Yes.
Can you tell us in which circumstances, you told us that you served in the Croatian army until 1991. In which circumstances did you stop working in the Croatian army? What was the situation?
Ushtrinë e krahasisë
In terms of the Croatian army, I left it when I was asked to, or rather when the conditions were ripe, to leave that army and to join the Kosovo Liberation Army instead.
What was your last position or role at the Croatian army? What was your rank?
armatën e krahasisë
In the Croatian army, which I left with the rank of under-colonel, lieutenant colonel.
Thank you. So you mentioned that you left the Croatian army to join the Liberation Army. That is, we understand the Liberation Army of Kosovo in
Kosovo,
1999.
Of Kosovo, yes.
Did you have any family that were still living in Kosovo in 1999?
Po,
Yes, I did. In Kosovo, my mother was still there, my brother, my older brother, who is 2 years older than me, and his family. So his wife and his children. Also, my sister and her family were there. The remainder were outside Kosovo.
Defense Counsel. It is my impression that Mr. Witness did not really answer your question on page 13, line 20, where you put a date, or at least a year, when he joined the KLA. I would like to have a time frame regarding the leaving of the Croatian army. He answered that it was indeed the Kosovo Liberation Army, but nothing about the time frame.
Yes, Your Honor. We have that briefly in page 12 at line 24, but I was going to explore a little bit further the transition. At line 24 of page 12, I think he mentioned, so that was from 1992 up until 1999. So we will just explore that now.
Thank you. A little bit more exact would be helpful.
Mr. Witness, do you have any specifics about the time frame in 1999, which month of the year, if you can, if you remember, you joined the Liberation Army?
po sigurisht.
Of course. This was at around late March 1999. I do not recall the exact date. It could be the 26th or around this date.
Thank you. So, where did you go to join the KLA? To which country? You mentioned you had family in Kosovo. Did you go to Kosovo? Did you go somewhere else in order to join the Liberation Army and the war effort for liberation?
Jo, une nga Kroacia,
From Croatia, I traveled to Slovenia, Ljubljana, where I met up with some colleagues who had also decided to join the Kosovo Liberation Army. And together we traveled from Ljubljana to Tirana, because the only connection nearby Kosovo was Ljubljana-Tirana. And from Ljubljana we went directly to Albania.
Did your family travel with you to Albania? Either the family that was in Kosovo or the family that was in Switzerland?
jo.
No, they didn't. It was just me who went.
So, where did you, in which place? You mentioned you went to Tirana. Was that the place and the moment that you officially joined the KLA? Do we understand that?
Po në Tiranë ishte si
Well, the only way to travel to the area was from Ljubljana to Tirana. In Tirana, we met with other people from the KLA, and it all started there. That's when I joined. That is myself and my friends. We were there with members of the KLA, with members of the general staff, and that's when I joined the KLA ranks.
We are talking here around March 1999, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Were you assigned a role, a position at the KLA at that time when you joined?
Po na disa ditë aty
For several days in Tirana, we were staying in an apartment, or rather a small hotel, waiting for a team that was supposed to come from Kosovo, from the ground where the fighting was going on, with a war or combat plan, the Arrow operation, and we waited for them there for 6 to 7 days.
That was not an answer to your question.
Mr. Witness, after those 6 days, were you assigned a task? Were you told to go somewhere? Did you receive a position or a role based on your former experience as a military? Was there any organization in terms of telling you where to go and what to do?
po kur është ky
When the group from Kosovo arrived, we joined them, all of us. We met at the KLA office in Tirana, the office that they had at the time in Tirana. And that's where the positions were set. There was an order for the staff, which was tasked at the time with leading the Arrow operation.
Did you go anywhere else from Tirana, or did you stay in Tirana after that?
jo, pasi që
Having received this order, the entire team that was appointed, or rather the command that was appointed for Operation Arrow, we, on the same day, traveled by bus in the direction of North Albania, that is in the direction of Kukas.
So you told us you traveled to Cooks by bus. Can you situate in time with a bit of specificity, when did you go to Cooks? Was it still in March, or was it a few days, few weeks, a few months later?
këto ka qenë disa ditë.
No, it was just a couple of days later. It was early April.
Can you help us with where specifically did you go in Cooks in April 1999, please?
Po në Kukës kur kemi
When we went to Kukas, we actually went to the center where certain members of the KLA were already based. It was in the peripheral area of Kukas. It was a factory, and that's where we went.
So you went to Cook's into a factory, and my question is, generally, how long did you spend in Cook's from that time on?
Po në Kukës
For me and my staff, since at the time I was appointed based on that order as chief of logistics, that was like the place where I was stationed and where I stayed every now and then, not all the time. I moved to other locations as well, because members of the KLA were not only in Kukas, they were in other areas as well, in Albania, especially in training centers that existed at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So you told us you were appointed as Chief of Logistics, and you were stationed in Cook's, and you weren't permanently stationed at the Cook's factory. How often and for what purpose did you travel to other places?
fillimisht
Initially, having met with the people who were already there, and upon the establishment of the command and the units that were supposed to be formed, we, the commanding staff that was there, for several days traveled to various centers where KLA members were being trained. That would be in Dajt, Burrel, Kalimash, and other locations where KLA members were stationed. So we toured these locations. It took us several days to go to all these places, which by distance were not very far, but because of the conditions, it took us longer. We would go from one location to another to familiarize ourselves with these units, to see where they are, what they do, what their organizational state is, what logistic support they had, and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So let's go back to the Kukes factory that you mentioned. Could you briefly describe to us what was this Kukes factory as a premise? Can you describe it briefly?
po sa me kujtohet,
As far as I remember, it was an old factory that had been used during Enver Hoxha times. It was empty, abandoned. Maybe there had been some things left over, but KLA members had cleaned this facility to adapt it to our own needs. And we used this factory which consisted of several buildings. These buildings were quite old, not in a good state, but we had no other option other than this facility.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Could you briefly describe what was this factory used for? If you could describe it in few words. What was the purpose of this premise?
The factory, as I mentioned earlier, consisted of several buildings. There was a building that probably had been used as offices in the past, and also there were some warehouses that we used for our own needs to put military equipment and material, to use it as a dormitory for KLA soldiers who would come there to rest. This building that had offices was used by the command and by other sectors that existed there. In addition to logistics, there was also the operations sector that had a number of offices there, smaller offices where people working in operations used to rest. And there was also a mobilization office that was used in terms of mobilization of those who came to join the KLA.
Thank you for those details, Mr. Witness. We'll go into a little bit of illustration of this, but before, do you remember being interviewed by colleagues from the SPO in 2019? Do you remember being interviewed?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked to produce a sketch of the premise, the factory at that time? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. With the leave of a panel, maybe we can pull up this sketch and so get a little bit of detail on the picture, so we have a better understanding of what the witness was describing in terms of the premise.
Okay. To have further explanations with regard to the sketch he drew. Yeah. Madame Court Officer, after having been given the ERN number, please pull up the document.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is ERN 08 35 25 to 08 35 34, red, at page 1. And for the English illustration, it is ERN 08 35 25 08 35 25 ET. Mr. Witness, do you recognize from looking at the screen this to be the sketch that you drew?
Yes.
Do you recognize one of the signatures on the right picture, the original one, as yours?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, we see that the sketch is numbered with a sort of legend on the bottom. Can you slowly go through those numbers? Yes.
Sorry, I was not receiving or hearing interpretation. Could you please repeat your question? I did not understand it.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Witness, we have the sketch in front of us. We see that there are some numbers and an explanation for each number, and we propose to go slowly number by number with you to understand what you have marked in this sketch and give us the details. Okay?
Okay.
So, Mr. Witness, we start with number 1. Could you tell us what number 1 represents?
With number 1, I marked the entrance. This was the entrance to the facility.
And then we have number 2. Could you explain what you have written under number 2?
Yes, number 2, the building on the right-hand side to the entrance was the command building.
Mr. Witness, what we see on the sketch is that number 2 is on the left side of the entrance. Do you agree with me?
No.
Yes, I apologize, on the left.
Thank you. Just to clarify the transcript afterwards. So, Mr. Witness, this is number 2. Could you describe what this, you mentioned command building, yes, command building consisted of?
This was a 2-story building. Ground floor and second floor. It had a very narrow corridor or hallway, and there was a staircase, a concrete staircase at the front. On the second floor was the operations center. There was, I'll call it an office, but it was also used as sleeping quarters. It's where I slept. There was a bed and a table, so it was used as an office and a sleeping quarters. Other offices were also used as sleeping quarters, whereas on the first floor there was 1 or 2 offices. I don't quite remember how many, and they were used by the mobilization sector and also as sleeping quarters and a place where those who worked there would take rest.
Thank you. So we understand that this building consisted of rooms that were used as offices. Is that correct? Do I understand correctly?
Yes.
You had one of the rooms as your own office or sleeping place.
Yes.
Mr. Witness, did you share this place with anybody else, or was it yours to use?
men non è per att
Are you referring to the office that I used?
Yes.
për pos me e kanë
My assistants or associates used it as well. They were leaders of or chiefs of various sectors.
për arsye se logjistika
Logistics had several sectors: the supply sector, the maintenance sector, the transport sector, and the weapons and ammunition sector. So these associates would use the office as well. That's where we would hold our meetings. They also used this office as a place to sleep and rest.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, how often did you sleep in that office?
pas më kujtohet, po nuk kam
Well, I don't remember. I did sleep there, but I also slept in other places. Now, I would say 2 to 3 days within a week, sometimes less than that, depending on the activities and the work I had at the time.
Where else did you sleep?
po kum fjet kudo që kom shku për
Wherever I went to visit, in Krume, in Burrell, in Kalimash, Helchan, depending where the night would set in, but also in Kukas and Krume. That's where I would stay the longest.
Mr. Witness, when you spent the night inside of the factory, did you sleep anywhere else than in your office?
jo.
No.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned associates, groups, other operational staff. Do you know who else spent the night there? If you have some names as well?
Po shiqoni këtu
Listen, this place, and especially because of the mobilization of his being there, many people would come to join the KLA. There were occasions when there was no place for them to sleep. So if the bed was empty, whoever needed to use it to sleep would do that.
Just to understand, Mr. Witness, you mentioned persons. So this building, from understanding what you are saying, is not just for officers or soldiers to sleep in. Anybody trying to mobilize to the KLA, if the space is there, if there is an empty bed, would spend the night there? Is that what we understand?
po në varën çfarë kohe ai
Depending on the period of time. For example, if somebody came to join in the morning, and was immediately told where he was assigned. He would set off to the training center and join the KLA members there for his further tasks.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You mentioned just earlier.
Defense counsel.
Yes.
You asked also for page 22, line 18. You mentioned associate groups, other operational staff. Do you know who else spent the night there? Do you have some names as well? Maybe you could pinpoint the witness also names, because now we have received a kind of general answer, but it is my understanding that the witness can very well recollect what happened there and when and how. So a little bit more specificity I would like.
Yes, thank you, Your
It
Honor.
feels a little bit evasive here, so just I will call it by its name. So I don't know if I'm right, but...
No, Your Honor, we will try to group sectors and go in details. That's what I propose to do, so we will do it with more specificity, starting now by the mobilization. That's why I mentioned that, and then we will go step by step, try to elucidate everything that can be drawn.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, you just mentioned that there was the mobilization officers there. And do you know who was there within this mobilization sector? How many people? And if you can provide names of the people that could be there performing duties on the mobilization sector?
Yes. So the mobilization officers were on the ground floor. And from what I can recall, the person in charge for those officers was, I think, Celadin Gache. And he had several people who worked with him in those offices.
So he was not alone. There were several people. Do you remember any of the names of the other people or their positions, maybe?
Yeah.
No. They were just officers there, and every so often they would be changed, and to be honest, I cannot remember.
Mr. Witness, do you remember whether they were 2 people, 10 people, 20 people in that sector? Like roughly help us with the size of that sector and the ground floor?
There couldn't have been 20 people altogether in the building because the offices were very small. So in the office, perhaps 2, maximum 3 people. So yeah, that's about it. 2 to 3 per office, no more than that.
Now, staying with the mobilization staff, did they sleep in that building or did they sleep somewhere else?
From what I can recall, yeah, some there, so perhaps they went elsewhere too. It depended where there was space for them to go to.
And Mr. Witness, you told us that people who mobilized would come there. Do you recollect approximately how many people you would see coming to mobilize each day at the mobilization sector?
They weren't mobilized people. They came there to be mobilized. They weren't already mobilized, because it was when they arrived that they were mobilized through the mobilization office, so they weren't already mobilized. Back then, because there was an order by the then government, the provisional government, so the mobilization order. So there were quite a large number of people who would come in every day and volunteer themselves. So there were people from across Kosovo, from abroad. There were also people, ordinary people, who would come to join the army also, because around Kukas there was a huge flow of refugees who had been expelled by the Chetnico-Serbian forces in Kosovo.
Shumë prej tyne kanë ardha
So therefore a lot of them would turn up and as volunteers to join the KLA in the fight against those forces.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Just focus for a bit with me. Do you have an approximate number of how many people who turn up at each day that you could observe or remember? Because you mentioned large and huge numbers, but are there dozens? Are there hundreds? Just as an estimation.
The task of the logistics department, my task, was that after these people would be registered, they would be equipped with their uniforms and anything else they needed, weapons, and after that we would transport them to the particular training center. So on several days, for instance, there was a larger number of people. On some other days there were fewer people. Sometimes there were up to 100 or 200 who would turn up in a single day.
Thank you. And for clarity, those persons don't come inside this building, or do they come inside the building in order to mobilize? The building where you had your office?
Normal që kanë mujtë mobilizu për rrugë, ta kanë hyrë.
Well, they wouldn't be mobilized from the street, would they? They would have to go in, and that was then that they were mobilized.
Thank you. Were there any Albanians from the country of Albania who had offices in that building, Mr. Witness?
Yes, to my knowledge, there were a few, but they were really in the operations sector, as far as I know, but the majority were in the training centers where they conducted the training of the KLA members.
Were they Albanian officers, soldiers, or civilians? Could you specify a little bit?
Well, there were all sorts, really. So there were also civilians, soldiers, ordinary soldiers, but there were also officers.
The ones who had offices inside that building, number 2 on the sketch, do you know what their rank, position, or who they are? If you have names, please provide it to us.
Two, I do remember their names, 2 of them. In all likelihood, I would say that they were lieutenant colonels. Spiro Budka and I think Argile Mandro.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Can you specify, if you remember, where were the offices of these Albanian officers? So that the rooms in which they were operating, was it first floor, ground level?
In the operational room, sorry.
Was it ground floor or the upper floor?
Këta I kanë pas
Their offices were on the upper floor, so in the operational center. Both were stationed there.
They were stationed there. Did they sleep there or did they sleep elsewhere, if you remember or know?
sa me kujtohet,
From what I can remember, as I said, they were from Albania, so they slept outside the premises. Well, from what I can remember, perhaps I'm wrong, I don't know.
Yes, and just for clarity of the transcript, you mentioned the rank of Mr. Spiro Buchka as lieutenant colonel, but we missed Argile Mando rank or position. Can you specify that for the transcript, please?
po më duket se ata kanë
I think they both had the same rank, from what I can remember anyway.
Rank is within the Albanian military ranks, or was it another rank that were given in the KLA?
Jo, këto kanë qenë grada të
No, these were Albanian army ranks.
Yes. So, Mr. Witness, was there any, within that building, number 2, that we see in the sketch, was there any medical facility, medical building, medical sector?
s'më kujt.
I do not remember.
Do you remember any people working in that building, number 2, the command building, that had a medical role or medical background?
Më duket që
I think that every so often a doctor would come in or a nurse, but I do not think they were there all the time.
Do you by any chance remember the name of any doctor you saw in that building?
jo,
No, no.
Any name of any nurse that you saw in that building?
jo.
No.
Mr. Witness, do you know somebody by the name Time Kadrije?
Po,
Yes.
Was Time Kadrije a nurse there? Have you ever seen her as a nurse working in that building?
jo, në atë kohë kur kom
No, at the time I arrived, she was elsewhere, but I did meet her once there too.
You met her once and she was working as a nurse there, or was it a different circumstance?
janë rrethana tjera.
Other circumstances.
Thank you. Do you know somebody by the name Safete Haderjonai?
Relatere, cum sau nu, tash.
I said it back then, and I say it now, but back then I did not know her. But I did after the war.
So do you confirm whether she was or was not one of the nurses working there?
Po thash se një mjek dhe një motër ku pa.
I said a doctor and a nurse every so often would come in and need, as per the needs, if anybody needed some tending to or anything else.
No, maybe this is a translation issue. Was Safete Haderjonai a nurse working in Kukas, in that building number 2?
Yes.
No, I do not remember that.
Okay, you mentioned individuals being treated, needed some tending to, or attending to, I believe. Have you witnessed, from your recollection, if you remember, did you see anybody treated in that building number 2?
Jo.
No.
You were obviously in war effort, and there would be casualties and injuries. Do you know generally how injured people would be treated if they come from the front, or otherwise if they get injured? How would the treatment of those injured people happen?
Po çdo njësit e cila
Every unit which was on the ground had their own medical unit who would look after the soldiers, the military personnel. So both the soldiers and the officers and the first aid there and then on the ground would be provided by them, or they would withdraw, for instance, if the injury was more serious, for instance, or the wound, and then they would take them away and send them to the hospital. There were 2 hospitals, field hospitals. One of those was in Kukas and the other in Henshan. And they would take them there. And it was there that there were specialized units, teams that would treat them as best they could. But if they couldn't do more for them either, then they would be sent to the city hospital. That would be the Kukas hospital. And the most serious cases would be sent to Tirana. There were cases such as these.
Yes, we will get back to that later, but just for the clarity of the transcript, you said that page 29, line 25, and following that there were 2 field hospitals, one of them was in Kuks. You're not referring to a hospital inside the factory, are you?
Jo.
No, sorry. Not in Kukas, but in Krum. In Krum was one of the 2 hospitals, the other in Helshan. Not in Kukas, not a field hospital in Kukas. That was a mistake.
And again, for clarity, there was no hospital inside the factory.
No kapos.
No, there was no hospital there.
Defense Counsel, before you proceed, you just discussed Time Kadrija, and another circumstance was mentioned. I don't know your plan of interrogation, but I think that the topic is important enough to further explore that and not leave it to the SPO or for the panel at this moment in time.
Yes,
One moment, Defense Counsel. I will give the floor to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. You have the floor.
Your Honors, would it be possible to move briefly into private session, and then I can explain the reason of my request?
For sure.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us into private session?
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, we have the witness here. Can he stay, or shall I witness shall I have Madam Court usher the witness out?
Your Honors, yes, the witness can stay. There's no need to usher him out at this stage. The reason for our request to go into private session is that there are some details that may be explored now by Defense Counsel or possibly later by us in cross that we think may possibly influence this witness, who, as we know, is a prospective defense witness. So on the same basis and the same rationale that a witness should not be present when normally testimony of another is given, we would request in this specific circumstance that maybe this part specifically be done in private session. Of course, we would not oppose the possibility of reclassifying it as public later on, but maybe after the testimony of this other witness is given.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. I will give the floor to Defense Counsel.
Your Honor, we believe the submission shouldn't have been made in front of this witness first, and we have repeatedly proceeded in a way that dilutes any information and any links between several information, and we don't see any need to deal with this topic in private, because as it stands right now, it is information, and that's all. So my learned colleague just gave an information that probably the witness shouldn't have heard, and we have tried to do a lot of care to position certain questions in different parts, not to disclose this information, to be able to afford the best and more open and more unrelated and independent answers. So we don't believe there is any need for private session. We are exploring general facts and factors, and we believe we should proceed this way, continue this way. There is no risk involved, and there are no protective measures that we need to care for at this stage. So this is our position.
Victims' Counsel. Do you have any submissions in this regard?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. What I would like to know is, because I have indicated that I wanted to explore this specific topic, but I don't know when you are going to do that. At this moment in time, then we will remain in private, because I think it goes without saying that we should not in any way, for the reasons set out by the SPO, and also for the rationale, to have this information already in public. So if you want to ask questions with regard to this specific witness, then you have the floor now in private.
Very well, Your Honor. Yeah, I propose, looking at the time, that this could be the point we address before breaking, so let's do that. So, thank you. Mr. Witness, at page 28, lines 14 and following, you mentioned to us that you met the person named Time Kadria on different circumstances than her working in that building number 2 as a nurse. Could you please explain to us where and when did you see Time Kadria? Which circumstances, which situation?
Sapër koreksitim I qartë.
Just for clarity purposes, Time Kadria maybe was a nurse or was in those premises prior to my arrival, But when I was there, she was not there. And for a while, I know that she was in Koshare.
Atje ka ndodhur një si ta quaj një bombardim.
And there was a shelling of the building where the command in charge of Koshara was, and therefore several people were wounded. There was a journalist also amongst the wounded.
Atë njeri e kanë sjell në
And that person was brought to Kukës, and they also came to these premises. And from what I could gather, at that time, Time Kadria was simply accompanying that person, as well as some others who were with them. And that's where we saw each other. And as I said, I also met her after the war, especially when she joined the political sphere, and to this day she's an MP in the Kosovan parliament. So that is how I got to know Tima Kadria in those circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. I have two follow-ups, just for the clarity. You mentioned the event in which Tima Kadria accompanied a journalist, and they made their way to the building. How long did this event last in total?
Më duket se
I think it was around lunchtime. It was a very hot day. It was at lunchtime. That's where they also had lunch, and I was with them. So it was for about 1.5 hours, 2 hours at the most, no more than that.
Thank you. And my second clarification is, you said maybe at page 33, lines 17 and following, maybe was a nurse or was in those premises prior to my arrival. Is that something you know, you heard about, or you just saying it is a possibility?
I'm saying that it is a possibility. I haven't heard about it, nor do I know about it.
So you have no knowledge of Time Kadria operating as a nurse?
No.
Put the question on the for the transcript. You have no knowledge of direct or indirect of Time Kadria performing nursing functions inside the Kukës factory that you referred to?
Nuk kam ndjeni.
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Okay. But then I have a question. For what reasons was the journalist there?
Gazetari nuk ka ndodhur aty.
The journalist was in Koshare. He wasn't there. He was in Koshare, in the place where the bombing took place, and he was slightly wounded. And therefore, he was brought for treatment to Kukës.
Në spitalin civil.
To the civilian hospital.
But I just understand from you that he was at the Kukës factory. So now you lost me. Why was he at the Kukës factory? And don't look at the defense, but look at me.
Po ata me siguri.
Well, there must have been people that they knew, and they just came there to visit them and to have lunch with them.
Okay. he was wounded. You say, and then. But why would he go there if he was wounded? In order to have lunch.
Well, he was only lightly injured, so he had some wounds on the arm, and they managed to sort it out. And he wasn't really that wounded for him not to be able to move.
Now, yeah, I think we'll go for a moment into this. I would like to have on the screen part 8, page 13 of the statement by this witness before the SPO. And that is 083524 TRET. Oh, thank you, Madam Court Officer, that you already put the Albanian version. And then I start in English at line 3. But it would be helpful. I will just read it out because I want to refresh your memory just to understand what you're saying now, because maybe you have forgotten about it. The question is, and did you also meet with him, and then, referring to somebody, but yes, together with Time Kadrije when she came along with a journalist at the center. And then, can you describe the circumstances of that encounter? And you say it was a random happenstance meeting. I believe it was the time when the command center in Košare was bombed, and this journalist, Milaim Zeka, was injured. And I think they brought him to Kukus for medical treatment, and I met them there. And can you recall the date of this visit? Beginning of Operation Arrows, so sometime late May, at the end of the month. Very hot. Just to understand better, what was the reason that he came to Kugas?
The journalist or Time Kadrija?
What I read here, but it's not my statement. I just read here, that she came along with the journalist. That's what I read. So it goes to both of them. Apparently they went together, but I was not there and it's not my statement, so I don't want to put any words in your mouth.
Yes, I did say that she came along with a journalist, and that the journalist was lightly wounded, and that they came together. And from what I could tell, she accompanied the journalist to Kukus, where he was medically treated in the Kukus hospital. When I say hospital, I mean the city hospital, the Kukës City Hospital. And they also came to the facility in Kukës where we were, and that's where we met. And I used to know the journalist in the past, and actually the journalist introduced me and told Tima Kadria who I am, and this is how things went.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witness. And then could you please go to page 15, Madam Court Officer? And then the relevant page in Albanian. What I see, maybe you can comment on that, just for the panel to receive further clarification. I will just, it is said that they're talking about Nassim, and then did Nassim have a role in respect of Milaim Seka's activities? No, they were just friends who had lived together in Sweden. They knew each other from Sweden. I think that's what they connected them. I'm just reading this for you to have some background. And for that reason, they were traveling together, yeah. Where did Time Kadriye fit into that particular trio? And then Time was there as a doctor in Koshare to provide medical treatment to Milaim Zika. Yes, she had come to accompany Milaim Zika. His injuries weren't serious, but she wanted to make sure that she was okay. Now, just to, so what was the reason for her to accompany him?
Ja, ik heb vastgesteld.
No, he had wounds. Perhaps it's a matter of related to interpretation, but the journalist was wounded, and she accompanied him because of that. And Tima was there as well as the journalist, but Nassim too.
And the reason that they came to the Kukës factory, could you clarify that further?
Po,
Yes, at the factory, they came to meet some friends and family members because Nassim's brother was there.
Kachana to you.
So Haradinaj was there too. And surely he came there to see the brother, I guess.
Remember when this all happened?
De couldn't mind.
Some stage in May.
Data sunt cuitoasă.
I cannot remember the date, to be honest.
I will not explore this now further on, but I will come back to that. Defense Counsel, you have the floor. And the question is, no, that's not a question. We're going into a break because it's 11 o'clock. But if you have a question on this matter, then you may. But I superseded our time with 10 minutes.
2 quick questions, maybe to close this.
I don't think it's closed yet, but yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, from what you remember, the lunch happened before the treatment that this journalist received or after? When he came, was he treated? Did he have any sign of treatment, or he was waiting to be treated at that time when they had lunch?
From what I can remember, it was after the treatment, but I'm not sure.
My other question is, you mentioned the brother of Nassim, and I think I heard the first name, but it's not transcribed. Can you give us the full name of the person you mentioned as a Haradinai, that is a brother of Nassim? Can you give us the full name, please?
You probably do know the name. He actually passed away about 2 to 3 months ago, and Nassim couldn't attend the funeral, the wake. His name was Agron.
Agron Haradinai is the name. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
We can break, Your Honor, on this point.
Yes. It's now, no, first we are going back into public session. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We are going to break for another half an hour, so that means that we will be back, that we will restart at 20 minutes to 12. Madam Court Officer, can you bring usher the witness out? Mr. Witness, we are going to have a break, take a little bit of rest, and then we proceed. Thank you.
One there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We will resume in half an hour. Thank you.
All
Hearing is
rise.
adjourned.
All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Mr. Shala, can you hear me fine?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
We will continue with our regular schedule till 1 o'clock. So we worked a little bit more in the morning session, and now it will be a little bit shorter. Yes, very well. Madam Court Officer, can you usher the witness in? And in the meantime, I will look at the composition of the teams.
Same composition for SPO.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's for us too.
Thank you. And on the left-hand side.
It's the same too.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Merci, Vijay.
Thank you.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor again to resume the testimony of Mr. Mark Shala.
Thank you, Honor. Welcome back, Mr. Witness. So, Mr. Mark Shala.
Thank you.
Mr. Mark Shala, we are still in that building that you described as a factory with premise number 2 that you titled Command Building, and we are still asking questions about what is inside that building number 2. And my next question is, do you know where, if there were any offices for any legal section or legal entity there in that building? In that building number 2, sub-building number 2?
Yes, it was.
No, I don't recall that.
Were there in that building any lawyers, judges, any individuals having a legal role from what you know or what you remember?
Yes, it was.
No, I don't remember.
Sorry. With the leave of the panel, we would like to turn, we were on the ERN 083525 to 083534, and we would like to turn to a page number 4 for a picture before we move to other parts of the factory, if your honors allow.
For purposes of identification, the defense counsel.
Yes, of course.
Madam Court Officer, can you please bring up the picture soon? You have already the ERN number, yes? So then please go to the requested page.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, do you recognize this picture?
Yeah. It's just escat room.
No, it's distracted to the extent that I cannot recall it.
Can we perhaps go one page earlier, number 3, for the same purpose?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize this picture?
Conducător si depot se cancean.
I think these were the warehouses that were there. Now I don't know from which. Yes, this was number 1 here. And on this side, that's where the kitchen and the warehouses were. This is what I think. But it is quite damaged, the building, so I cannot quite picture it the way it was.
Well, we will ask you, with the leave of the panel, to make some markings, but you mentioned number 1. From the sketch that we have, the only number 1 we have is the entrance. So could you please specify what you refer to as depot or number 1, just for the clarity for everyone?
Po mendoni për hyrje?
Are you referring to the entrance to the building?
Let's step back and take it one step at a time. We mentioned the factory. You drew a sketch of the factory when you met the SPO, and you numbered some elements within the factory. Now to my last question on this picture, you said this is number 1 and there is a kitchen and a warehouse. So could you slowly tell us, and maybe you can make markings to tell us exactly what you are showing and maybe circle it or put numbers on it?
Tash nuk di kur është bërë.
I don't know when this photograph was taken or this recording, but there are certain differences in terms of the building. Here, this building number 1 was near the entrance, and here on this side is building number 2. Seen from this angle, this is how it should be.
Are you able to mark the entrance from what you identify from the picture? If you can.
Tash hyrja edhe nuk po
You cannot see the entrance, but I think it should be here. The entrance from the street, the entrance to the facility, whereas the entrance to the building, I think, is here.
To the facility, and I have another request for Madame Court Officer. Is it possible to make the picture a little bit lighter? Or there is not that possibility. So, Mr. Witness, could you indicate the entrance to the premises, to the facility? So not to the building, but to the whole facility.
po.
Yes.
Fotografia nuk është
The photograph is not very clear, but to what I can see, you cannot actually see the entrance, but it should be here.
Number 3 may be there, so we have 2 entries. So at least number 3 for the entrance of the whole premise from the street.
hyrja ka qenë numër 1.
Based on the sketch that I made earlier, entrance was number 1. Of course, I can mark it with 3, but as I said, I cannot see the entrance on this photograph.
But please follow the indications of defense counsel, because it will be reflected as number 3, and then we will know that with regard to this picture, 3 is the entrance to the premises, according to your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So, if we look at this picture and the number 1, that we understand to be the command building from what you just testified, do you see your office from outside here or you don't?
Më duket që është
I think it's this one here. The window here.
Thank you very much.
I propose defense counsel to give it a number 4. Could you put a number 4 there, Mr. Witness?
po.
Thank you.
Yes.
Should we give a number to the entrance of the command building as well, so everything has a number? Maybe can you put number 5 to the entrance of the command building? Thank you very much. Let's turn now to what you marked as number 2. Could you tell us what that is, please?
Half of this building was a kitchen. This here. And this here. And here, I think, was a food stuff warehouse. And here the weapons warehouse, where we also kept other things that we needed as part of the logistics.
Can you please put the letter K on what you believe is the kitchen, and letter F where you say food was stored, please?
Safe.
F, you said?
Now, Mr. Witness, you mentioned a place where equipment or uniforms were stored, but we don't see any markings. Can you put a letter U if you see that part on the picture?
I read here. No, wait, Mr. Witness. And here the weapons warehouse, where we also kept other things that we needed as part of the logistics. So, or maybe I missed something, Defense Counsel.
Yes, I didn't read from the transcript, but it's only weapons.
That's correct.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
So maybe can you put a letter W on the place you believe or you understand or you know to be the place where weapons were stored, please? Thank you, Mr. Witness. So, the kitchen first. Do you know who worked in the kitchen? Do you have any names? Or which section?
There was a company commander there in charge of supplies, and he had a number of cooks and other assistant personnel who prepared and distributed the food. In this first part, that's where the food was prepared, whereas on the right side, the second part, that's where the food was distributed.
You told us there was a company commander. Do you have any names?
Defense Counsel, I think that it should be indicated with an additional letter of number, but I don't think it's clear when we read it afterwards, which is the food prepare part and the part where it was served.
Very well, Your Honor. Thank you. Can you, Mr. Witness, put on the two letters K, K1 for where the food is prepared, and K2, so to add another number to the K, where it is served?
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
And going back to the question, you mentioned the company commander. Do you have any names of people working on the food department, or on the kitchen department, sorry?
I don't remember the names. However, there are lists, which I don't have, of people who worked there. But the person who was like a commander, his last name was Feyzullahu.
Do you know somebody by the name Zainullah?
Thash Zainullah.
That's what I meant, Zainullahu.
Zainullahu and not Feyzullahu, just for the clarity of the transcript.
Feyzullah.
Feyzullahu. Feyzullahu.
Thanks.
Success.
I can't recall it exactly, the last name.
It's understandable, Mr. Witness. Now we look at the letter F. Do you know who worked in that department, who was in charge of the food, and do you have any names?
All of these who were involved in the preparation of the food, they also distributed it, served it. So everything concerning preparation and distribution of food was carried out by them. Main and auxiliary tasks by the same people.
Now, the W section for weapons, the same question. Do you know who participated, had a role, or was in charge of that department, if you have any names?
These two here, one of them was a location where weapons maintenance was done, whereas the other one was where weapons and ammunition were kept, stored.
And can you also mark if there is a separation, W1 and W2? Specify for the transcript which one is W1 and which one is W2.
Here was a maintenance part, that is W1, whereas W2 was where the weapons were kept or stored. These were weapons that were not functional and that were repaired by the people from W1.
Thank you. You don't remember any names of people working in this section?
Ziadin Hoja was in charge of maintenance, weapons maintenance.
That would relate, from what you just described to us, to W1, if we understand correctly.
The other one, too, was under his competence,
Thank you very much. We will go later in a separate section about names to protect all the names in general. Thank you for that, Mr. Witness. If we could go back, please, to... Yes, we need to save these markings before, I think.
Court officer, could you save this document and allocate it? So this document, this photograph with the markings made during the examination by the defense counsel of the witness, and provide us with a number for it?
Your Honors, markings made by the witness W04754 on ERN 083527 will be assigned registry number REG 00974.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Defense counsel, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Your Honor. And with your permission, we'll go back to page 1 to align the numberings of the premise and to go to another section that was not apparent in this picture.
If you say page 1, you mean the sketch? Madam Court Officer, can you please load the sketch prepared by the witness at an earlier moment in time? Thank you.
And, Your Honor, if there are no objections, I'll try to match the understanding of the numbers that we saw in the picture with the part that we see in the sketch and ask the witness to confirm which one is which one.
I propose that we take out the left page, yeah, if that is possible, and then we bring the the photograph,
Yes.
which has been saved with the numbering, because then we don't have to work from our memory, but we can just look at it. Madam Court Officer, could you proceed in that way? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess this is as much as we can zoom in, probably. Are you able to identify already the numbers that you, Mr. Witness, have marked on the left hand picture to be able to identify them? Do you see the numbers?
But,
Yes.
So if we understand correctly, what would be the number 3 that you marked on the picture, on the photograph, when we look at the sketch? Which number would it correspond to, if any?
Number ne?
Number 1.
And now, the number 1, 4, and 5, which all appear in one building, does it match with one of the numbers that you have marked in the sketch?
Ne, 4 dhe
1, 4, and 5?
jo, me këtë skicën përpu
With the sketch, only number 2 and number 3 correspond to each other.
That
Number 3 in the sketch is titled Kitchen and Depot in the sketch. If we look at the picture, we have,
Yes.
so number 3, the kitchen and the depot. Are you telling us that it corresponds to number 1, 4, and 5 in the photograph?
jo, me një 4 dhe 5 jo.
No, not with 1, 4, and 5. It matches only with number 2 and 3. On the sketch, which I drew, no details are depicted like I just did on the photograph. I just wrote kitchen and warehouse, but did not specify where precisely was the kitchen, where food was prepared, where food was distributed, and so forth. These were 2 large doors, but as a space, it was 1 warehouse.
Now you may proceed. We can, Mr. Witness, number 3 on your sketch.
Po.
Yes.
Yes?
Well, that corresponds with the building where you have put the 2 K's, the F, and the 2 W's. And above the number 2.
Po.
Yes.
3 on the sketch corresponds with building number 2 on the photograph. And I see you nodding and I hear you say yes.
Yes.
Defense counsel, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, let's focus on the sketch itself, because we see other numbers and other parts of the whole premise that we want to ask you about. Okay?
Defense counsel, do we still need the picture on the left-hand side?
No, Your Honor. Now
Because then we can enlarge it. Madam Court Officer, could you please pull down the picture so we can enlarge the sketch? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Witness, there is now on the sketch a number 4 that is on the opposite side of the entrance number 1. And could you please tell us what that represents? What does it stand for?
Numri 4
Number 4 was entirely a warehouse where mixed equipment was kept. On one side, now I don't remember whether it was the right or the left side from the entrance. And as far as I remember, there was only one entrance. On one side were the uniforms and some other equipment, such as sleeping bags, blankets, tents. And on the right side, that's where food was kept, food stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Do you know who worked in this storage number 4?
Pockar på någon som
Many people worked there. There were shifts every now and then, but I don't remember them by name.
You don't remember any?
Excuse me. I think Recep Kelmendi was the main person or the person in charge for supplies.
Thank you. Do you remember any other names?
För momentet ja.
Not at this moment, no.
Let's move, still in the sketch, to number 5. Can you tell us what the building marked with number 5 was?
Kto ka qenë si një
This was a sort of a dormitory, sleeping quarters for those members who came to report for mobilization and could not immediately be transferred or transported to their particular areas. They would spend the night there until their transfer to training centers.
Are we talking about civilians or soldiers or a mix in this occasion?
Jo, ata që kanë ardhur mu bë ushtar.
Those who came to become soldiers.
Por disa kanë qenë të uniformuar.
Some were with uniforms, some were with civilian clothes until they were issued on uniforms.
Very clear, thank you. So newly mobilized people. Do you have an idea how many people would sleep there at a given time from what you've experienced personally?
Po nuk kanë qenë edhe kushtet jo të mira.
The conditions weren't that great. But at the most, there would be 100 people sleeping there, no more than that.
Did you ever enter that building? Did you ever sleep there?
Me fjetë s'kom fjetë, me
I did enter that building, but I did not sleep there.
What did the inside of that building look like, if you can describe it?
po shumë pak ka pas
There was very little there in terms of beds. Mostly mattresses on the floor. So mattresses, and then there were sleeping bags as well. which the military personnel used on the ground, perhaps some blankets, pillows. So this was it, really.
We move to number 6, I think, which is the last number of the markings you made to the sketch. Can you tell us what number 6 consists of?
I have drawn here, and in the sketch it looks as if it's close by, but actually it was further away. So this is where the toilets were. There were a few toilets, so like filled toilets, really. There.
Did you use any of these toilets, field toilets?
Sometimes, rarely, really, but yes, when I definitely needed to, yes.
Excuse me for the question, but where else would you go if you needed to relieve yourself, if not on these field toilets?
I had some medical issues, and I needed to have better hygiene, so I used other toilets as well. Or perhaps premises outside the facility, or the apartment of people I knew close by. So I've also used those.
Thank you. Taken apart toilets that are outside in apartments, outside the whole premise, you mentioned other toilets. Were these inside this premise at another position?
No, outside the facility. Inside the facility, these were the only toilets. There were no other toilets inside the facility.
So these toilets were not dedicated to only soldiers, only newly mobilized personnel, but was it a general toilet used by everyone that was inside the premises, or was it different? What was the situation?
For all of those who were inside the facility, they used the toilets for as long as they stayed there, that is.
Defense Counsel, could we have a clarifying question regarding field toilets? Because I've seen that it can be a different kind of things. So.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Witness, you mentioned field toilets, which is a little bit ambiguous to us. How does this field toilet differ from what everyone knows as a normal toilet facility? If you can give us some details to understand a little bit better the picture.
I mean, a normal toilet, but when they are found within a single facility and they have all proper conditions for one to relieve oneself, where there is water, so whether they were properly built toilets or just bricked ones. And a lot of these didn't even have doors on them, but they were just open ones. And that is why they were somewhat separate from the remainder of the facility. It was further away from the other buildings. So there were just some holes basically in there, and then some pieces of planks, and that's how it worked as a makeshift one without any water, or the conditions were very bad ones, that is.
Thank you. Allow me one question, Mr. Witness. On the picture, on the sketch you have drawn, the size of the place where the toilets were, how big was it? Because now it seems that the building for the toilets is only a little bit smaller than the building for the dormitories. But maybe...
Joo, tuossa punaiset
This is really about how I've drawn it myself, and I just drew it to show that there were toilets there, but the toilets were very small. It's really about my drawing skills, not to actually show that that was the immediate size, like to say that they were as big as the warehouse, for instance, or it wasn't even a tenth of that building.
Clarifies. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Witness, for the effort to clarify. We would like to go back to another page with your Honor's leave. There is another picture of the same ERN, because the witness made some other numberings in another picture, which gives us another angle to quickly match the numbers as well.
Please proceed, defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. That would be page number 2 of the same document. And maybe, Your Honor, we can do the same exercise of putting the sketch on one side and this picture on the other side to make the matching.
Okay. And then for us, we see on the left-hand side number 2, in the middle number 4, and the right-hand side number 5.
And underneath there is a number 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're right. There is a number 1 under the gate, yes.
No, we will need the sketch, not the picture. Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, this should be somehow a simpler exercise. You see the numbers in your sketch and the numbers that were proposed to you on the picture that you marked in the picture on the same interview with the SPO colleagues. My question is this. The same numbers on the sketch are the same numbers in the picture, or is it differently? Is it different?
plötsligt propusen.
They match entirely.
Nummer 1 është
Number 1, in my sketch, the entrance. This one here. Number 2 is this one here. Number 4 is this one here. And number 5 is this one.
por që numri 4 I bie.
So number 4, it looks as if it's the entrance, but it actually shows the warehouse further out, opposite the gate.
Yes. Are you going to proceed with can we save this document? Okay, before we save it, there's one additional question the panel has, and that it is on the picture you have just shown us, defense counsel, but I don't see it on the sketch. Mr. Witness, on the left-hand side of the picture, there is, before the building you have numbered with a 2, there is a lower building with a flat roof, and apparently 2 doors. Could you, do you know to what I'm referring?
Yes, yes. Yes, these ones over here.
Mark it with a 7, then we have a different number. Thank you. Do you know what the purpose of this building was?
To consider royalty.
This is where the guards stayed, so they kept guard here.
And was it used for any other purposes, to your knowledge?
Yes.
No, no, simply for the guards. The guard would be opening the gate, closing the gate for whomever would leave, for instance, and they would check the vehicles, their paperwork, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Defense counsel, you have the floor. But what I will do now, sorry for making you standing up and sit down. We will first save the 2 documents and allocate it a number. Madame Court Officer, could you please proceed? Thank you.
Your Honors, the markings made by the witness W04754 on ERN 083525 will be assigned registry number REG 00975.
Thank you. Defense counsel, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Your Honor. One last question on this, Mr. Witness, before we move to another topic, and please be careful with me. You told us that number 7 is a place where the guards will stand guard. My question is this, and please respond first by yes or no, because it has an implication whether we go on private session or not, but this is something we'll turn back later on to. Do you know the name of any guards who work there at number 7? And I need only a yes or no at this stage.
Yeah.
No.
That's clear. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Witness, we're going to a different topic. That is Pieter Shala. Do you know the name Pieter Shala?
Yes.
We can put the pictures down, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Mr. Witness, your name is Mark Shala, so you share a same family name, or a close one, because we know your name is sometimes spelled as Shalai. But do you have any family relationship with Pieter Shala? Can you explain that?
We do not have a close family relationship, but we, Albanians, have a larger family which can go back many times removed. And according to what my grandfather used to say, rather, we do not remember that we were a community, for instance, but of the same family,
We heard you pronounce the name, the word fils. Can you explain a little bit slowly, because it's not captured entirely in the translation, what that means?
Well, in our tradition, Albanians are tribes. So we cultivate these family names, the Gashis, the Shalas, the Castratis, as well as other family names, or fis, the Albanian word. And perhaps in ancient times, we were a single community. But no one can remember, even the very elderly, when this was. Whether it was 200, 250, 300 years ago, who can remember back then? But the relationships amongst the families have been maintained and preserved. So, say, Pieter's family, his father, mother, brother, he himself too, especially when he was young, they would sometimes come over to our place, and also because we didn't live in the same place. We lived in Gorakovts, in a stock municipality, and for a while they lived just outside Jakova, and then later on in Prizren.
Mr. Witness, we will open a parenthesis for a moment, because you mentioned Jakova. Mr. Witness, have you ever been to Jakova or Rajkots before, during, after the war, any time in your life?
Jacob.
In Jakova, mostly where I was born, my wife comes from Jakova, so I would go often.
Rajkots, Srmjan, maybe. Do you have any ties there?
But in
No, just in Jakov itself. So my wife's family comes from Jakova, the city of Jakova. I know the places around, like Radkots, as well as other places.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Now, turning back to Pieter Shala, since when did you know, or do you know, Pieter Shala?
When he was a child, I'm a few years older than him, and I remember when he came to visit with his mother, father, to our place, and I remember us going to visit them in Prizren. So yes, I remember him as a child.
You remember him as a child, but in your adult life, can you tell us what kind of relationship did you have with Pieter Shala? Did you have any relationship? And if yes, was it close, was it remote, or no relationship at some point? Can you describe?
The relationship was a family one. So when there was something to celebrate, a festivity, a family festivity, we would visit each other's homes. But after high school, As I said, I enrolled in the military academy, so as of 1980, I think, I cannot remember what year he was born, but as of 1980, I have seen very little of him, if none at all, because we didn't happen to meet, because I was abroad, I was outside Kosovo at the academy, first of all, and then serving in the military. And then, of course, in the war in Croatia, in the Croatian army, up until my joining the KLA.
Thank you, Mr. Witness, and let's take this time reference, that is the April or March 1999, when you joined the war effort. At that point, in March 1999, when was the last time you saw Pieter Shala before that period, before the war?
So the question is, for me, before you joined the KLA, when was the last time you saw Mr. Shala?
To be honest, I cannot remember, but it could have been perhaps before 1980.
Thank you. Now, did you ever meet Pieter Shala during the war?
During the war, I met him twice.
Can you help us on when and where did you meet him? Because you mentioned two times, and we will take them one at a time, but in a nutshell, when and where did you see him these two times?
The first time was when we got to Kukas, and we were stationed there. According to the information I had, for a while he was in a training center in Burel, and then he came to Kukas. So he was in Kukas. When I arrived, he was already there, and we met one day. The date itself I cannot remember exactly, but I know it was at the beginning of April.
Thank you. So you are mentioning the first occasion here, correct?
Yes.
Met him in Kukish. Can you be more specific, because you said you were stationed at that time? Can you be more specific as to the factory, the city, the town, the region, to be more specific where you actually met Pieter Shala on the first occasion?
I met Pieter at the factory. He came over because he himself was in another building somewhere just outside Kukas. So he came to meet me, and we met. We chatted, we had a coffee.
How long did this meeting last?
I don't think it went on for more than half an hour.
What happened during that meeting? What was discussed? What was the content of your meeting, if you can tell us?
As I said, back then, he was in another facility. So we just talked about how things were going and what would happen. And because back then I cannot remember when he returned, but he was also in the West. I think he was in Belgium with his family, and he came over for the war effort in Kosovo. I know that he said that his intention was to go to the front lines. And he asked me whether I could make sure that I would get him a weapon, and that he had no intention of returning until the end of the war. And that was about it. I made sure he had a weapon, and he went off to the front line.
Just a couple of clarification points. You said he was in a different or another facility. Can you tell us what you mean by that? And you said he was outside Kukës. Can you tell us what you know about where he was?
He was elsewhere, not in the same street in Kukës, going towards Kruma, but it was another street. It was, how can I put this, a house in which a group of KLA members were, and Peter was a member of that group.
So it was not inside the factory, correct?
No, it was not.
Remember what weapon you provided Peter Shala with?
I think he asked for a sniper gun, that type of weapon. And he signed for it. I ordered an officer who dealt with this matter, and he signed the letter of confirmation, the number of the weapon, the serial number, and then he left.
Now, you told us in the beginning of the page 64 that he had the intention to go to the front. Did you know that he went to the front, or was it something that he told you, or did you see him leave to the front?
I know that after that day and up until the second time I met him, I knew that he was a man of his word and was amongst the first to join the KLA from the very beginnings, from 1988 in the Dugacini area. He was a very able and capable soldier. I know, and I'm convinced 1,000,000% that he did go to the front line where he intended to go.
Mr. Witness, try to stick to the question, because the question was just, did he go to the front? Yeah? You could have said yes or no. We want you to elaborate, yeah? You will be given the possibility to elaborate, if that's necessary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, now we spoke about this first occasion, and again, can you put an approximate date on this meeting, meaning a month and a year? for the clarity.
Unë me çandë kun çatu
It could be somewhere between 10th and 15th of April. I do not remember the exact date, to be honest. A long time has passed since.
Thank you. That is already a considerable effort to remember and try to make as precise as you can. Now let's move to the second occasion you met Peter Shala. When and where did you meet him on this second occasion?
rasti i
The second occasion was towards the end of the war, just before the war ended in June. And this was a better, so to say, a more relaxed meeting, because we both were aware that the war was coming to an end, and we met by chance, not in the factory, but in Kukas town.
Thank you. And for how long did you see him on that second occasion, if you remember?
po kjo ka zot pak
This second time lasted for a bit longer. As I said, we were more relaxed. We were in a cafe in downtown Kukas. We had a drink or two together and chatted. We had a friendly conversation, also as relatives. And I asked him, Pieter, what now? What are your plans? Because we all had our plans, what to do after the war. And I remember very well, he said to me the following: with this, I completed my mission. I honored my father's word. His father had died many years before the war, and he was a patriot, his father, and his wish was to see Kosovo liberated, free. So he said to me, my family is in Belgium, and I'm going back to them, to my family, to my private life. I'm leaving for Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Do you remember what Peter Shala was wearing on that occasion?
natë rast ka qenë
On that occasion, he was wearing civilian clothes.
And do you remember what he was wearing on the first occasion?
herën e parë ka qenë unë
On the first occasion, he was wearing a uniform.
Do you have a knowledge of where Peter Shala went after the second occasion you met him? Do you have any knowledge of that?
kom dëgju që
I heard that he left for Belgium, for Brussels,
Că poate
where his family was, his wife and children.
Thank you. Did you ever see Peter Shala after that moment?
dar success dosta dota
Well, I don't remember the exact date, but many years later, when he came to visit in Kosovo, whether it was 2005, 2006, 2004, really, I don't know. We met in Pristina.
So that was after the war, correct?
eu mas lufte.
Yes, after the war, many years after the war.
Now, during the war, were you aware of any role or position that Peter Shala had at the time you met him or during the time of the war?
Nuk kom pas dienive
I was not aware, did not have any knowledge, but I know that he was a soldier. And when I met him for the first time, on the first occasion, he was a soldier, a simple soldier.
Defense Counsel, just a small reminder that we are getting near the moment of the break.
Yes, Your Honor. If, with a few minutes, I can finish this part on the role and position. Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, do you remember, you told us you remember that you were interviewed by the colleagues from the SPO. Do you remember being shown any document or any information about the possible role of Peter Shala? Do you remember that? That's the first question.
po sam kujtohet
Yes, as far as I remember, I was shown one document and I was a bit surprised, taken aback, because probably that unit where he was appointed brigade commander, which at the time did not even exist in reality. And secondly, I was a bit surprised why Pieter was appointed commander of that brigade, because I knew Pieter from his childhood, and to my knowledge he had completed only primary school, and it's not my intention to insult his intelligence or qualities, but to lead a brigade, I myself, as a military officer, I think you should have someone who is more qualified and professional, because brigade is a difficult thing to lead. You don't need only military academy for that, but also experience. So I was surprised when I saw that document. It was signed. There were signatures on that document, but I personally think that it's not accurate, the document that is.
Don't worry about any insults, Mr. Witness. You're here to tell the truth, and this is exactly what we want you to do. Your Honors, with your leave, can we show this document to the witness, since he's been commenting on it. So could we put it in front of him and ask him for any further details on his opinion about it?
Defense Counsel, what I want to avoid, because I think we cannot finish before 1, and I prefer that we adhere to the time schedule we have, also with a view to the interpreters. So you will get the time necessary to conclude on to further examine the wisdom on this issue after the break.
Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Witness, we are going to have a break, a lunch break for 1.5 hours. We see you back at 2:30. Madame Court Usher will accompany you out. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court-Usher. Yes, we meet again at 2:30, but before we adjourn, is there anything you would like to raise with the...
Your Honor, with the best of endeavors, and if there are no incidents, we should be around half an hour more or so, depending on how it goes.
Okay, very well, good. Then we adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back after lunch. We will continue with the examination of the witness, Mr. Mark Shala. And I see that on my right-hand side you are in the same composition. It goes also for Victims' Counsel. And this side, are you in the same composition?
That's almost the same,
Almost,
Mrs. President. Livia Violu, our intern, left. And we have with us Kayleen Chen, an assistant legal officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. We will usher the witness in. Madame Court-Usher, could you bring the witness?
Your Honor, can we mention one element in the meantime?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor authorized us, we are about to show one document to the witness, and we figured out that the English translation of that page is not in our presentation queue. So with your leave, we discussed with our colleagues from Victims and Prosecutor. They don't see a problem. We have provided the ERN of the English translation to our colleagues from the registry to be able to show both of them.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes, of course, thank you. That it has already been organized. We can only agree at this point. Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
And there, Mr. Judge.
Thank you.
With your examination as a witness before this panel, and I will give the floor to the Defense Counsel to continue with the questions. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon.
We left before the break. We were discussing a document that was shown to you by the SPO colleagues in your interview of 2019, and we propose to show you the document right now and ask you a couple of questions on it. Your Honor, with your leave, the ERN is the same as earlier, 083525-083534 red. The page is page number 8, and that is the original document. The English translation of it is at U009-9398 U009-9398-ET.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Bless you. Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, do you recognize this to be the document that was shown to you in your interview in 2019?
To, kjer dokument.
Yes, this is a famous document.
You gave us a little bit of commentary on the document, but we will take it one step at a time. What is your comment, Mr. Witness, about what this document says about the appointment of a commander, Pieter Shala Uiku, to lead an assault brigade, number 128 in Pastrik?
Po, unë e thashë edhe më po.
As I said earlier, before this meeting, this session, that this is an invalid document as far as I'm concerned. Documents of this kind are not written in this way. Here it says authorization. Authorization and appointment in military terminology are different. To authorize somebody means that somebody who is already appointed is being authorized, in this particular case, Pieter Shala, to lead a certain brigade, which here is named as an Assault Brigade 128 Pastrik. Whereas appointment is, in military terms, that person is being appointed as a commander. In this document, we have authorization. So there is a great difference between appointment and authorization.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. If we could please scroll down the original Albanian document to see the bottom of the page, because a number of information will come into the questions. Thank you. Mr. Witness, do you see the date on the bottom at the left?
Po,
Yes, I do.
20th of March 1999, which is the date appearing in the document, did this brigade exist?
not cool.
At that time, I wasn't there, and not in Pristina. Here it says Pristina. The person who signed this was not at the time, not even before that time, in Kosovo, that is in Pristina. So this makes me suspect that this is not an original document, that it's very unclear and does not make any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Witness, but slowly, one step at a time, okay? Let's focus first. We will get back to Pristina. The date, 20th of March 1999, and this brigade that is mentioned in the document. You told us at page 67, line 21, so it's line 19 and following, that this is a document that concerned a brigade that didn't exist yet. So that is my question. From your knowledge, on the 20th of March 1999, was there a brigade named after this numbering, 128, that existed at that date?
Yo, 10%.
No, 100% there wasn't.
Thank you. Turning now to the right bottom side of the document, where we see the name of the minister, Azem Sula, and a signature, and what you just mentioned, Pristina. Can you explain to us what is your commentary about the whereabouts of Azem Sula on that date, whether it is in Pristina or anywhere else?
Azem
Sula at that time was in Albania, in Tirana.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, taken aside this...
The panel would like to have some basis for knowledge, because this is for now only a statement. I will not deny it at this moment in time, but this is just a statement.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, on what basis do you say Azem Sula wasn't in Pristina and was in Albania at the time? Do you have a personal knowledge of that?
A couple of days later, the date here is 20th of March. I arrived at the end of March and I met Azem Sula in Tirana.
Did you acquire knowledge when you met Azem Sula, whether he was in the previous days in Pristina or anywhere else? Do you have a personal knowledge about where he was around the 20th of March of 1999?
No, but I just suppose that he could not be at two locations at the same time. Move from Tirana to Pristina. This could not happen within a short period of time, to go from Tirana to Pristina and then back to Tirana. I don't think this was possible. That's why I'm saying that this document does not make sense and cannot be accurate.
I leave it to you. I just wanted to have a basis for what the witness was saying. It's your witness for now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, if we take this document aside, do you have any knowledge that Pieter Shala was at any time in a commanding role of such a brigade? Does this document, the content of the document, match to your personal knowledge of what the situation was? To be clear.
100%.
100% Pieter Shala was not in that position, and this brigade did not exist at the time. I personally did not hear of this brigade, I know that later on something else was formed under the leadership of another person, not Peter Shala. And in this respect, Peter Shala was connected to that other structure, but not as a commander, rather as a simple soldier.
So my question is this. Do you have any personal knowledge of any structural position or role or rank of Peter Shala during the time of the war?
Gjatë kohës së luftës,
During the time of the war in 1998, to what I heard in Dugagini area, he was a platoon commander, whereas in 1999 he was at the training center in Burel. I think he was a commander of a group of a platoon strength that is a military police group. However, as for Kukas, I don't know of any other role or position, commanding position, that he had, let alone of position of a brigade commander, as it's written here on this document, not an appointment decision, but an authorization.
Clear. Mr. Witness, you told us earlier today that Peter Shala was a soldier. Do you stand by that statement, was a simple soldier, or do you say that he had any other role or position?
natë kohë kur unë
Back then, when I met him,
Defense Counsel, I think we have received an answer that he was a simple soldier, and we have now received an answer that at a certain moment in time he was a commander of a platoon strength. I don't see what you want. Yeah, I see what you want to achieve maybe with this question, but we have an answer. He has given us 2 answers on this topic. And if you want to put a contradiction to him, you may explore this issue, but I would ask the question in a different way. Because by the way you have put it now, you're almost denying what he just said about that he was a commander of a platoon strength. At least that's the way I understood it. And I don't want to limit you on what you are asking, but for me, it's narrowing down the question too much.
No, Your Honor, we just try to clarify, and maybe we'll ask him also what means a platoon and all these, just to clarify everything for Your Honors.
Please proceed, but I would reformulate, or you could ask him how he sees his prior statement with regard to the simple soldier and this being a commander of a platoon strength in 1999. Or maybe you can ask the time frame of the commander of a platoon strength. Maybe that could help. But I would approach it differently.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, at page 67, line 9, you told us that Peter Shala, when you met him in Cooks, in the factory, he appeared to you to be a simple soldier. Now you've just given us another description of a commander of a platoon, and can you please position that in time with reference to the time you met Peter Shala? Was it before, was it after, at some other point? We're not talking about 1998, just for clarity.
po unë qëndroj pas
Yes, I stand by it, by what I've said, and I will say it again. But I do not know whether I'm being understood properly. So, like I said, there were different times, sorry, that Peter has acted up until I arrived and we met. And the period prior to my arrival, he had arrived before me, you see. And initially he was in Borrell, and then he came over to Kukas. When I met him, he was a simple soldier, and now I'm saying that he's a simple soldier.
Defense Counsel, when was he a so-called commander of a platoon strength?
ndoshta asaj ka orë shumë
Perhaps, I mean, he arrived much earlier in Albania when he came over from Belgium. So there was a time when he went to the training center in Burel, and I think it was there the commander of a platoon of the military police. That's what I've heard anyway.
But to understand well, in terms of time, are you now saying that it was March 1990, before the beginning of April 1999?
Yes, so that was before I arrived. So he was in Burel for a while, but he wasn't in Kukas, and he wasn't there as a commander of a platoon or a brigade. He was just a simple soldier.
It's just for me to understand the dates well. So when do you know when he was in Burel as a commander of a platoon strength?
unë kam ardhur në fund të marsit.
Well, I arrived at the end of March, as I've mentioned earlier. And in the beginning of June, it was when we met, and we met just as I've described earlier. And then he was a simple soldier.
I think I did not ask my question clear to you, so I will ask it again. Yeah? I don't want to confuse you, Mr. Witness. I have understood from your testimony that when you were in, when you met Mr. Shala, both at the end of March, beginning of April, and you just said June 99, that he was, your words, a simple soldier. Yeah? To your knowledge. Yes.
Yes.
And my question is, do you know when Mr. Shala was in Burel a commander of, your words, a platoon strength? About what period in time are we talking? And I already know, I heard you saying it was before I arrived, yeah, and you arrived at the end of March, you said. I heard something about, what was it, 26th of March. And I would like to know from you, when according to your knowledge, he was a commander of a platoon strength in the period before.
So I do not know exactly what date he arrived. He got there. But I know when I met him, though. And I know that initially when he had gotten there, he was first of all in Burel, and then he went to Kukas. When I went there, at the beginning of April, I met him, and back then he was a simple soldier. But from what I've heard, during his time in Burel, He played the role of a commander of a platoon of 10 to 15 soldiers that he was commanding.
My question remains if you can put that in time, and if you cannot, that's also an answer.
No. No kidding.
I don't know.
Kidding.
I don't know.
For here, maybe one more question from our side. Till when did you stay in Kukës? At the metal factory, or at the Kukës factory?
Una personalist?
Me personally, you mean me?
If I was not clear. You.
They're in
Until our forces entered Kosovo, so up until the end of the war. I was in Kukës or in Kruma when needed, or elsewhere in the north of Albania, all the time.
So can you put a date on that?
So from the moment I arrived, which was at the end of March, up until around the 10th or 11th of June.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Witness, for your explanation. I have one follow-up question. You told us at pages 76, line 21, 25, and page 78, line 10 to 13, that you heard that Pieter Shala was a commander of a platoon. From whom did you hear that, if you remember?
From several members who were at the training center, who, when the Operation Arrow started, they all came because Burrell is somewhat closer between Tirana and Kukës. And when they came over from Burrell to the north of Albania, some people who at that time were part of the training as we were chatting, I heard them say that Pieter was there too. And he was there leading a group of the military police.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And again, how many soldiers do you estimate to be the composition of a platoon?
The platoon can have 15, 20, up to 30 soldiers.
Have you heard which platoon it was? Was there a name or a unit or calling to this unit?
Well, the platoons, in particular, in terms of the military police, for instance, or any other type of specialty, they would call a platoon by a particular name. So if it's military polices, it would be the platoon of the military police. So if there are more units of a similar standing, then they would be called by different names, so they would be given numbers, for instance. So yes, that could be the case.
Now, you told us you heard it from friends that you chatted with. Do you have any names of people who told you that you heard it from?
No, I cannot remember.
Mr. Witness, you told us that when you met Pieter Shala for the first time, and I believe you mentioned around the 10 to 15 April in the factory of Kukës, and he took a weapon, a sniper from your department and left to the front. Do you have any knowledge which direction in the front he was in? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Me duket që ka shku në
I think he went on the fourth direction, which was Kukas Morin. Gorozhup Morin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. So for the next questions, Mr. Witness, I'll ask you about a number of individuals and show you a few pictures. And Your Honors, with your leave, we'd like to go to private session to do a part of this exercise.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into a private session, please?
Picture after discussions between the parties, and I shall give the ERN DPS 01587.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
So witness, do you recognize this picture?
Well, it's not very clear, the photograph that is, but I cannot remember this person. I don't know him.
You don't recognize this individual at all? You cannot say whether you've seen this person at any time in your life?
No, no.
Then we move to another picture. Your Honors, ERN is 059113-059144 at page 15.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize this picture or the individual in this picture?
No. I don't think I've ever seen him, never.
Thank you. We can take this document down.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
Mr. Witness, do you know somebody by the name Aslan Elezi?
Aslan Elezi.
Aslan Elezi, yes.
Can you tell us who this person is?
Aslan Elezi.
Aslan Elezi is from Caucasus. He's a person from Caucasus. And he introduced himself as the owner of the facilities that were being used by us.
Did you meet him inside the premise that you said he provided for you?
Yes, I've met him sometimes. He came over every so often.
But the question, this name has to be in private too? It's an open question.
Your Honor, we're trying to do an Do you know somebody by the name Bedri Azemi?
Bedri Azim,
Bedri Azemi, yes.
Who is this person from your knowledge?
edhe ka qenë ushtar
He was also a soldier, a member of the KNA from the Lap area. But he was in Albania, in Caucasus. He had been tasked by his commander to supply people who were coming from Kosovo with weapons and ammunition.
When you say Kukas, that is the Kukas factory you mean?
po edhe aty
There too, I've met him there as well.
Do you by any chance know the name of his commander that tasked him to supply people with weapons and ammunition?
komandanti I tij ka qenë
His commander was in Kosovo. His name was Remi Mustafa, was his surname.
Thank you. Do you know somebody by the name Latif Feyzullahu?
Latif
Latif Fezullah, I cannot remember, but somehow it seems like a name I would know, a familiar name.
Well, maybe to help you, earlier you mentioned, we're not suggesting that this is the same person, but you mentioned the same last name earlier when we were making markings on the pictures, when you were referring to the kitchens. You mentioned the name Faizulahu, but does that refresh your memory a little bit on a possible Latif Faizulahu?
po më duket se
Yes, I think it is him.
Thank you. Now, do you know somebody by the name? I know it's a similar name, but try to do your best with remembering. Fadil Zainullahu. Do you know somebody by the name Fadil Zainullahu?
po tash këtu bashkë me patën për
I think that's when I got it mixed up. Fadil, Latif, Zainullah, Fizullah. So it's been a long time now since then, so I can't really remember accurately who's who.
That is not a problem, Mr. Witness. I think, Your Honor, we can move back to a public session now, and we will continue to show another picture that was shown previously to the witness in his interviews.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please go to ERN 083525, the same document we've been using so far this today at page 9, where there is a picture.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
Mr. Witness, do you remember being shown this picture in your interview of 2019?
Poi,
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize anyone, including yourself, in this picture?
po mas mirë për një vetën.
I recognize the best myself. I've marked the persons on the photograph with numbers. Number 1 is Bislim Zurapi. Number 2, Spiro Butka. This one, number 3, Suleimani was his last name. A young man from Lap. Number 4, I really cannot recall at this moment. I don't know if he was an escort or an assistant of Bislim Zurabi. I really can't remember. Number 5, his last name is also Shala, full name Alush Shala. And number 6 is Mark Shala.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We'll ask you a few questions on some of the persons depicted in this picture, but first, do you remember where and when this picture was taken?
Kjo është bon
This was taken somewhere in May, and this office was used by Bislim Zurabi, so it was made in his office. After the meeting we had a coffee together. You can see the coffees on the table as well. You could also smoke, so you can see people smoking. I remember it was somewhere in May, but I do not remember the exact date.
It goes without saying, but May 1999, correct?
And more specificity,
normal.
Of course, yes.
specificity about the where?
So you told us it was after a meeting. Do you know which office, which building? If you could refer us. No, let's start. Do you know where, in general, this was taken?
Po, në katin e dytë,
On the second floor, near the operations center, was this office, the office of Bislim Zurabi, an office that he used when he would stay in Kukas. He would use this office for meetings. So this is in his office, the picture.
The information you gave us so far, a second floor is only present in the sub-premise, the building that you numbered number 2, and you call the command building. So that is the place where this office
ndërtesa
is.
numër 2, po.
Building number 2, yes.
Just to have it on record.
At the metal factory, correct?
I see you nodding, so that is a yes.
Now, you mentioned under the number 2, Spiro Botka, and we spoke earlier about an Albanian officer that was in that building, number 2, in the operations, at page 27, lines 2 to 4. Is this the same person we are talking about, Spiro Botka?
I njëjtë, po.
Yes, the same person.
I njëjtë është.
It's the same person.
Now, if we look at number 5, Shala, you told us a few seconds ago. What can you tell us about this person, Shala?
Nekur kemi ardhur në
When we arrived in Kukës, he was already there. As far as I know, and as he told me, he had been in Albania for a long time, even before the war started. He had been a political prisoner and had left Kosovo much earlier. So he went to Albania and was involved in organizing and making all the preparations for the war in Kosovo.
At the time this picture was taken, do you know what was his role, his position, what group he belonged to? Any details about his role or position?
e di që veç nuk ka qenë
I only know that he was not a member of logistics sector. As far as I know, he was under the command of Gjeladin Gashi. That is the first group that was there since 1997, 1998 in Albania. That is, so he was part of that group. He was not in logistics. Those who were in logistics, I know who they were, what their function, role was. For this person, I only know that he came there, joined this meeting, but I don't know what his role was.
Just to clarify, you said he was under Gjeladin Gashi. Does that mean that his section, or the section he belonged to, was the mobilization section?
po në përgjithësi me
Well, in general, I would say yes, dealt with those matters, but I don't know exactly what.
What did you observe him do or go to in order to help us? What was his role? You told us that he was part of a group that was there from 1997, but can you tell us a little bit more detail what you saw him do?
pasi që ky ka qenë i kohë gjatë aty në Shqipëri.
Since he'd been in Albania for a longer time, to what I could see, he knew quite a lot of people, both locals, but also members of the Albanian army. So he was like a liaison between the KLA and the locals and the Albanian army on the other side.
Thank you. And how often did you see him in the factory there? Was he present most of the time that you saw him, or you saw him rarely? Can you describe the level of presence that he had inside the factory?
Po nuk ka qenë shumë i pranishëm, ka qenë në
He wasn't present that often. He was on the ground most of the time, outside. I know that he also slept somewhere outside. Sometimes when I would go, we would meet, but not very often.
And maybe finally on this picture, do you know what was discussed during that meeting or that gathering that we saw in the picture?
Po çdo takim ka qenë rreth aktiviteteve, rreth
All the meetings concerned the activities, organizational issues, works that had to be done. I had the logistics sector. I would receive tasks in relation to supplies with vehicles, ammunition, oil derivatives. So with these sorts of things, so those things that were related to logistics.
Do you remember the contribution of Shala to those discussions?
as më kujtohet çka
I don't remember what he discussed, but he was there. And this meeting and this him on this photograph is accidental because he would not take part in the meetings of the command with Bislim Zurabi.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're done with this picture unless there are questions from your honors.
Madam Court Officer, you can take the picture down.
So, Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier somebody who was named Ziadin Hoxha. Can you tell us who Ziadin Hoxha is?
Could you please repeat that?
Earlier today, we spoke about, when we were discussing the markings in the picture, a soldier named Ziadin Hoxha. And I am asking you to give us a little bit of details on who Ziadin Hoxha. You mentioned that at page 49 for the transcript at line 8 and following, Ziadin Hoxha, when we were discussing the depots or storage.
Ziadin Hoxha.
That's the name, Ziadin Hoxha.
Yes. He was a unit commander, that is, the commander of the unit that dealt with weapons maintenance. He would go out on the ground, would collect the weapons that were damaged or defective, and he would bring them to the location where the weapons were repaired, maintained, and that's at that service point those who had defective weapons would bring them there, and then their weapons would be replaced with functioning ones. So he dealt with these matters. He had a very good knowledge of weapons.
Two remarks, Defense Counsel. My question is, would you be asking more questions about this specific person?
I was just proposing to establish the section he belonged to and move on to other names. We are dealing with few names.
No. Just with regard to this specific person. Only the section.
Only the section.
Okay, very well. And just for your information that we are now at about the 3 hours you requested and you were allocated, but I won't pressure you to speed up, but just that you know. Yeah? Good. You have the floor again.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are hopeful to finish within 10 minutes, but no promises. So one last question, Mr. Witness, about Ziadin Hoxha. You said he repaired the weapons. Does that mean he belongs to the section that you belong to, that is logistics, or was it part of another section?
Jo, ka qenë pjesë e sektorit.
It was part of the logistics sector.
Have you ever seen someone named Bardil Mamouti in the factory during the time you spent there?
Jo,
No.
No, a person named Bardil Mamouti.
po, si ja.
Yes, of course I do.
So you know him, but you are affirmative that you didn't see him there. Is that your testimony, right?
Me njoft, e njoft,
I do know him. I heard about him even before I joined the KLA. He was a spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army in exile. I came to personally meet him, get to know him after the war in Pristina.
That is clear, thank you. Did you ever see Daut Haratinai in the Kukes metal factory?
jo asnjëherë.
No, never.
Do you know Daut Haratinai?
Vetëm pas lufte.
Only after the war.
Same question for Ramush Haradinai. Did you ever see Ramush Haradinai in the Kukes metal factory?
Edhe ato kur se kum pa.
Him neither. I never saw him there.
Person you know.
Me njoft e njoh,
I do know him and I've heard about him. He was the commander of the Dugagini operational zone. I met him after the war, and for some time he was deputy commander of the Kosovo Protection Corps in Pristina. I was in the general staff there, and that's from where I know him. I did not know him before that.
Do you know somebody by the name Osman Krieziu?
jo.
No.
Do you know somebody by the name Rusdi
E,
Saramati?
Më falni,
Excuse me, maybe Kadri Kryeziu. Yes, Kadri Kryeziu I know, but Osman Kryeziu no. So I don't know who you are referring to.
To Osman Krieziu. But is this Kadri Krieziu anyhow related to the factory, Kukes metal factory? If not, we're not interested.
jo, nuk ka kur farë lidhe.
No, he's not related.
Mr. Witness. Do you know somebody called Rusdi Saramati?
Po, rrëdhës,
Yes, I know Ruji Saramati.
Do you know who he is? What do you know about him in relation to the war?
Tash na kur kemi ardhur në
When we arrived in Caucasus, we met Rushdie Saramati there. Before the commencement of Arrow operation, Rushdie Saramati was appointed commander of one of the directions that formed the Arrow operation.
So he was appointed for one of the direction. What position did he have? What position was he appointed to?
komandant.
Commander.
And do you know which brigade or unit or group he was commander of?
Po në operacion që gjeta kanë
Operation Arrow comprised of 4 direction or axes. Rushdie Saramati was commander of one of them, and those units were more or less of a strength of a battalion.
Can you quantify numbers? What is the strength of battalion for laymen like us? How many soldiers would the battalion have?
një batalion mund të varet
A battalion, depending on its type, for example, an infantry battalion can be made of 600 people, but if it has other units, for example, artillery units accompanying it, then it can be of a greater strength. However, an infantry battalion, for example, would count 600 members.
And referring to the group for which Rushdie Saramati was a commander, how many soldiers, if you know, this group had?
ai ka pas një drejtim që këtë drejtim
He was commander of one axis, Caucasus, Gorozhub, Chaf Morin. And as far as I know, at that time, he had 150 to 200 soldiers, as far as I know.
Do you know anything about the brigade that we mentioned earlier, that is Brigade 128?
jo.
No.
Now, referring back to the direction of the soldiers along with Rushdie Saramati, do you remember during the time you were serving, during the Operation Arrow, when that group went to the front?
Ky grup ka shku dikun
This group went sometime after 20th of May. It was around that time that it went in the direction of Gorozhub.
And can you position in time the appointment of Rushdie Saramati as the commander of that group and the leaving to the front of that group?
në atë kohë komandanti
At the time, the commander of Operation Arrow was Fatmir Limay. As a commander, he appointed him as commander of the axis that I mentioned earlier.
Mr. Witness, the time. Do you have a date? You said that around May, after 20 May, this group went to the front. Do you situate in time when the appointment came about? Was it before? How long before? Was it after? Was it at that moment? Can you help us with that?
Para sa të filloj operacion.
Well, before the operation started, a few days before that, he was appointed commander, and his task was to organize his unit. He took soldiers from the training centers where soldiers were being trained, formed his own unit, and when the order came for the operation to begin, he too began with combat operations in the direction of Gorozhup.
Thank you. And speaking about Gorozhup, do you remember a time during your stay in service at the Kukes factory where members of this group were injured at the front?
Jo vetëm të lënduar, po ka
Not only injured, but they were also killed. 5 or 6 soldiers were killed, and more than 10 were injured. Amongst them was a relative of Rushdie Saramati. His name was Salih Saramati. He was killed.
Can you help us with when this event happened, the injuries and deaths amongst the soldiers of that group?
po pas fillimit të operacionit,
After the commencement of the operation, I think it was 2 or 3 days later, during the first fightings, a group of his soldiers was hit by the Serbian artillery, and this attack resulted in about 6 soldiers killed and others injured from the ranks of the KLA.
You mentioned that a relative of Rushdie has fallen as a result of the attack by the Serbians. Do you know if one or many others of family members or relatives of Rushdie also died or were injured during the same attack?
sa di unë,
As far as I know, it was that relative of his. I think there was another one. And some other people that were close to him, perhaps even family members who were killed in the same group.
From open information, we have, during that period, a soldier named Gani Saramati that passed away during that period. Do you identify this as possibly one of the fallen soldiers, if that rings a bell for you?
po me siguri po.
Yes, in all likelihood, I think so, but I could not recall his name.
Thank you, Mr. Witness, for your effort. Do you remember if there was any funerals or any treatments or anything that happened as a result of this event that happened on the front that took place inside the factory, the Kukes factory? Can you tell us about anything in the aftermath of this attack by the Serbians?
Mr. Witness, please don't answer yet. I see defense counsel, I see Madam Prosecutor standing, And Madam Prosecutor, is it better to usher the witness out?
No, Your Honors, just a remark, we were hesitating in interrupting, but we feel there was a series of increasingly leading questions in this regard, especially after this last question. We believe a more open question could have been posed to the witness in terms of what happened after this. Instead, it was directed to a specific location, a specific event, so that would be our objection. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. I'm sure that Defense Counsel can take that on board.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just trying to close on a non-contentious, I thought, issue, since there are traces in the statement, but be it as it may. Mr. Witness, do you remember what happened to the injured and dead soldiers that were hit and fallen in the front? Do you have any knowledge about what happened?
All of the soldiers, not only the Saramati ones, but also others who fell elsewhere, the ones that had passed away, for all of them, it was that a funeral service was prepared, and they were buried in military honors in the Kukas cemetery. All of them. Whereas the ones who were wounded, they were taken away from the front, or where they were wounded, and they were sent, those who were lightly wounded, rather, were sent to the field hospitals. As I mentioned, one was in Krum and the other in Heshan, whereas those that were more seriously injured were sent to the Kukas hospital, which is a civilian hospital. And those who were very, very seriously injured and who had just about survived, they were sent to Tirana. And there were cases, for instance, when even though they were sent to Tirana, either on the way there or in the hospital in Tirana, they passed away. And then the same were then brought back. The bodies were brought back from Tirana, and they were also buried in the cemetery of the same city, in Kukas, in full military honors, obviously, but there were a lot of civilians who attended the funeral to give them the last farewell, because they fell for Kosovo and in the fight against the Serbs.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Can you perhaps make an effort? We know a little bit that the time frame of going to the front and the event, but specifically about the funerals, do you have any specifics about dates on when those funerals took place, from your recollection?
No, I perhaps do not know exactly, but perhaps roughly. I mean, exactly, I wouldn't know the dates. Perhaps I have written it down somewhere, but at the moment I cannot tell you the exact dates, what those dates were. Because there were several at different times, because it depends really when these people were killed, because there were several funeral services, not just a single one.
And one last effort with dates. Was it few days, few weeks after they went to the front?
The Rushdie Saramati group, it was a few days after, perhaps 2 to 3 days later, I cannot remember exactly. But some actually died later, and some died in the mined fields, the fields that were mined by the Serbs, especially in between the border between Kosovo and Albania. So in some cases we had that happen, for instance. And all of the funerary services took place in the cemetery in Kukas, and after the war they were reburied in territory of Kosovo.
Mr. Witness, did you attend any, or were you present at any of those funerals?
Yes, in almost all of the ones that I could go, yes, I did attend them.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, we're coming to the end. When the war ended, you told us around June you left Kukës back to Kosovo. Can you help us with what exactly you did? Where did you go when you entered Kosovo?
All of the units which served in various directions, they carried on along the particular direction. So, for instance, the Gorozhuk Marine one, they stationed themselves just outside Prizren. The other directions or axes is somewhere like in a village called Jonaj. Some went towards Jakova. Yes, now, given the order that was given to me by the Chief of Staff of the KLA, a group that I was in, the logistics, our task was to collect all of the weapons or equipment that the soldiers themselves couldn't take along themselves, to collect them, to put them in trucks, all the vehicles that were made available for our use. All of the ammunition, the weapons, everything that had been left behind and that our soldiers had already used. And in agreement with KFOR, we went towards the Kosovo-Albania border in Marina, and that's where we went through. KFOR was waiting for us, and that's how we actually took them to where we were told, where the order basically stated that we were to take them.
Were you positioned in any city that you can name after you collected the weapons and stored them with the help of KFOR?
I personally informed the Chief of Staff of the KLA, and at the then time that was General Agimcheko. And it was that through him I was given some days off because I hadn't seen my family in months, and my family, my wife and my two daughters were in Croatia back then. And so I spent several days to visit my family. Actually, first of all, I found my family, father, mother, brother, who had been sent away from the village, and then afterwards I left for Croatia. So I met them first, and then I went to Croatia.
If you allow me a moment, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Faleminderit. Thank you, Mr. Witness, for your tremendous effort to help us today. Those are our questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. We have completed the questioning by the defense of you, Mr. Witness. It's now 5 minutes to 4. We will continue tomorrow with the questioning by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office and by Victims' Counsel and by the panel. So for today, Mr. Witness, thank you for your efforts. I recall that you should not talk about your testimony before this panel to anybody. I advise you to take some rest this evening, and we will see you back tomorrow in court at 9:30. Madame Court-Usher will usher you out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Before we adjourn for today, I will do the record around to see if there's anything you would like to raise with the panel. Madam Prosecutor.
Nothing from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel.
Your Honour, yes, please, just one short matter. Your Honour may recall that the written responses from Dr. Lertz are due to be served by the 1st of November. And we're in fact in a position to serve them tomorrow. We received them last week. We would like just to make some short observations about what we submit as the way forward with regard to that part of the case. And we'd rather do it in writing, but in essence we want to suggest that the issues have now been adequately dealt with, but we'd like to set that out in writing, if we may, with Your Honour's leave, whilst we transmit the answers from Dr. Lertz in one filing, effectively.
Of course, yes.
Thank
we
you.
may proceed in that way. Defence Counsel, something you would like to raise with the panel?
I'm not going to add my colleagues, nothing from our side. Thank you, Your Honours.
Good. Then we will adjourn till tomorrow 9:30.
All rise.